Okay, everyone. What's up? Let's get this started. Yes. I think it was over here. There it is.
I think we're done here for now. Let's head over to the next site.
Hang on. So H is this way. It won't let me jump on this. Are you kidding me? That's lame. That's 1 and 2. Guess we'll go check out 3 and 4. See if there's any way to get something out of there. There was pretty high up. Okay, on to 4. Okay. There you are. Ow, my leg. There we go. Oops. Oops, no word. Yay. There we go.
The hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
Now I can go back. I like that the birds sound robotic. Maybe it's intentional, maybe they're just mockingbirds, and that's all they've heard. The rest of the wildlife seems real, so I'm willing to bet they're mockingbirds. Okay, yes. Hey, thank you for the follow.
Halt, creature of clay. You have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken. Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others. Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning. The flame is not for you. You seek the flame of enlightenment, but remember that fire can also burn.
How many of those bloody things are there?
I think that was Pandora, which matches the other one being Prometheus.
If it's a security system, it seems to be fighting itself.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Travel to Mexico. Schematics in the lab. Cool. There's a star over there somewhere. That's up the game's sound is loud, your voice is barely audible. I'll fix that. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Ingmar God. Is that better? I hope so. Okay, let me bring my mic a little closer too. I hope that's better. Okay, it's this lab again. I must have missed something in it. Oh yeah, I missed this little hand thing right here. I just did the one up there. Not too much. Lower the game's volume a little. Okay, let me see. Is that better? I hope so. Gunner! Fragment of Stratton's The Original Thought, as quoted in a commentary by Simplicus of Cilicia. Stratton. To say that material things are brought into being by ideas is to flatter ourselves, which is an error philosophers are particularly prone to, because it raises those who think above those who do. Nicomachus. Then what is the truth that does not flatter? Stratton. That the reverse is true. Ideas are brought into being by matter, and so each man's ideas are shaped. First playthrough? Yes, it is. I played the first one not that long ago, a couple months ago, and I just got this one, and I'm loving it. Absolutely. I love puzzles so much. Are shaped by the world that surrounds him, as clay is shaped by its mold. Those who live in mountains fear cold. Those who live in deserts fear thirst. The Athenians are shaped by Athens, and the Lacedaemonians are by Sparta, and likewise for all people. Nicomachus. But may ideas, if we take each man by an idea, not by deliberate action, alter the shape of the mold, as you put it? Stratton. To discover a method for accomplishing this is the chief purpose of philosophy, my friend. Footnote. The newly discovered Heracleon manuscript, likely a lost part of the Barossi collection, contains an additional passage that differentiates between pneuma, the individual mind or spirit described as the energy arising from matter, and ideas, which are produced by the pneuma as it interacts with the material world. I've been playing video games for 20 years, and I discovered this game about 2 years ago. I've become addicted to all its parts and expansions. Dude, I'm absolutely buying the DLC to this. Like 100%. Hi bot. But yeah, oh man, there's nothing like this. Well, there's the Myst series. There's nothing like the Myst series. I guess I should say. Philosophy is useless if it offers no way of changing things. At least Stratton tried and didn't lie to himself. But how can we change the shape of the mold? Stratton never says. Perhaps by demonstrating the fact that other shapes are possible. We can't change it all ourselves, but perhaps we could, like Alexandria Drennan, create the conditions for change. An ad popped up. Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that I'm absolutely getting the DLC to this game. It's amazing. And, like, this series and the Myst series, oh my goodness. I love them. They're my favorite games ever. Uh-oh.
The world is a wonderful place. Every day we take another step forward. Every day we come closer to the truth. The closer we get, the more I can see the beauty of the universe, the intricate perfection of its mechanisms. I am a machine, and the universe is a machine. Every part of me serves a purpose, or I could not be myself. I could not be Miranda, because that specific person could not exist without those specific parts and their specific functions. In the same way, every part of the universe serves a purpose. I think that is what we were meant to discover here.
Ooh.
"1K, you just connected to an extremely powerful data stream. Are you all right?"
I think I had a vision.
"Yes, you were streaming. We all saw something. You're lucky it didn't fry your motherboard. Please, everyone, let's be careful with these terminals from now on."
Yes, let's all try not to die. More importantly, who the hell is Miranda?
There's no one by that name in New Jerusalem. I just searched the database.
It must be one of the people who built this place.
A new person. Someone we've never heard of before. Someone born outside the city. We have to find out more.
But where did they come from? And how many people does it take to build something this huge?
Like I said, we need to find out more.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I'm about to fix another part of the transport system. Thanks for the files, 1K. I hope they didn't fry your brain.
Are you like me? If I can't solve the puzzle, I don't look it up on YouTube, even if it takes me 2 days. Yes, I'm absolutely that way. If I've looked up the answer, I've failed. I need to figure these out on my own. That's the fun part of it, is getting that eureka moment of figuring it out. Touch grass, read 10 social media entries. For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has recovered evidence of the existence of another person. Someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does this mean? Maybe there's another city out there. Who says that there was only one simulation? Maybe there are thousands of people we've never met. I really hope so. There's only one founder. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to that conclusion. There were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. There's more that we don't know than there is that we know. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence to support this idea. Woohoo! Thanks 420, Jacquez. I really don't think it's aliens, Jacquez. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. I'd like to hear more about these other attempts to save humanity. Some people affiliated with the Institute of Applied Pneumatics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside that system with it. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexandria Drennan devised. According to Lufthansa, it never produced a viable mine before it ran out of power. Exactly, yes. Could there still be others out there? Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without extensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. Ooh. Maybe we're just late. I gotta figure out what the point of these are. I will figure you out, weird, strange alien flower. There's a robot running 30 miles an hour through the forest. That's not terrifying. Okay, I traveled to 3 now. Yes! Yes. Okay, we got 2 secret ones, we have 1 lab, and 8 puzzles. Just the same as before, 1 golden gate. Yes.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh.
Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
Cool.
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on, too. Too little variation in the grain.
That's a big thing. It is a big thing. That's a big boy right there. Okay. Simple enough. Whoa. I have enough points
I've
to make
managed
you
to
take your
extract
glasses
an audio
off.
file from 1K's data stream incident.
No.
It's hard to be sure because it's just a fragment, but I think it's some kind of log or diary.
We finished a new lab today. Some processes are still harder than others.
Oh, wait till
but
you're
energy
reading.
output
Thanks.
was up 2,000%. It's incredible how each leap forward enables another. The next iteration of the machine will...
So as we suspected, someone was experimenting here. But experimenting on what? What was this machine they were building?
Maybe it's whatever powers the megastructure.
Heyo.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. We thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted.
God.
I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
Remnants of the past.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
The puzzles, the way they talk to each other, and the soundtrack, a true masterpiece. Dude, yes. You feel actually immersed in this world. Everything just flows so well. Like I said last time I was playing this, man, I'm running around because in real life I would be sprinting around out of excitement and adrenaline. Okay. Day 42. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today. A large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space. My idea. Although, for now, we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space, and I think that I would find it so unusual, but I suppose we all spent more time at that dam than was originally planned. And now it's difficult to get used to not having a low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. But those are Lathrezzer usually tags along, although he seems more fascinated with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, sometimes I catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. Whoops. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there, that they watched our ancestors, standing where I now stand. 5358. Okay, we got that number repeating everywhere. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning, we forgot about the experiment for a while and went for a long walk. The ways in which all different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me, and the sheer variety of living things, even on a simple green meadow. Blah. Sadly, we then stumbled across the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves, and must have suffered enormously, and thinking about that made me feel truly terrible. There's so much pain in nature. Whew, okay, we got the name Miranda showing up now. Cutting down swaths of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to the large environment, and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of the species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Humans? No, I'm talking about beavers. Like us, beavers transform their environment via building, and their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands and that some species thrive in, while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystem engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition and evolution is all about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystem we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity, and so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. It's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? We must be careful to avoid projecting human values to the cosmos. Thank you! You're my 100th follower! Yay! Thank you so much! Oh, I'm trying to clap. Yay! It's not going to work for me. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. There and back again. Oh my. Okay. Man. Am I really just given one of these? Okay. Let's do this. That's not gonna work. Okay, let's try like this. There we go. I have all my tools. Okay, let's see here. I need blue and red. Okay. There we go. This song reminds me of Nier Automata.
I've been meaning to talk to you. This, vision you had, the data stream overload. How did it feel?
Strangely beautiful.
Having your consciousness hijacked felt good to you?
I wasn't hijacked. I think I made contact with something.
Just don't take this too lightly, okay? We're sturdier than our ancestors, but a mind is still a fragile thing.
I promise to be careful.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
It could be a test.
It could be. Or we've just stumbled into something that's none of our business. We'll find out, I guess.
That's all. Thanks, Alcatraz. Hello.
Hey there, 1K.
Was What's up, Byron? What do you make of this Miranda?
Going on what little we have, honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars. I felt a reverence then, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
What do you make of Pandora?
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
What is the symbolic value of these entities we're encountering? Sorry.
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
That's all. Thanks, Byron. We got some low walls going on here. Okay, interesting. You need blue. It's not gonna do it. No, it just does red. We shall leave you here. We need to send a blue laser to you. Okay, and here's a red. There we go. There we go.
Well done, 1K.
You cute.
I can't stop thinking about Miranda. A new person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her.
Maybe she's more free than we are.
Free? In what way?
Unencumbered by society, by expectations.
Is that how you feel about New Jerusalem? Like you've been forced into a role you didn't want?
What other games do you like? Yeah, Igmar God. What other games do you like? And am I saying your name correctly? I'm sorry. It's just a bit weird.
I get that, but don't let it make you feel constrained. New Jerusalem is meant to be a free society.
I wanted to ask you about something else. What do you make of these labs?
They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked. I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
That's all. Fox. Ooh. What puzzle do you have for me? Okay. Gotta find something there. Got it. God, that's so cool. Is this the one I just did? Yes, I think so. I'm talking about computer, not puzzle. Is this where the lab is? Ooh. Mostly Souls games, but in recent years I've really started enjoying puzzle games. Oh, Tyler really likes Souls games. One day I'll get her to play Dark Souls 3. Yeah, we'll see about that. I want her to play Sekiro. But it's scary. Do it. That ain't gonna be it. Gotta open a gate with this one. That's the question. But now I can't get in here. Okay, let's look at what I can do. I feel like I'm missing a tool. Sekiro is one of my favorite games. Why don't you play in the first-person view? I like to look at my robot. I like to feel part of the game. I mean, I'll play games in first person, but with these games, I kind of, once I found out I could do third person and look at my robot, then I did. I like robots. Okay, lol. I just like robots. Don't judge me. I seriously feel like I'm missing a tool here. My niece loves robots a lot. You remind me of her. How old is your niece? Years old. That tracks. I can be compared to a 6-year-old. Oh, duh, hang on. There we go. Okay. Here's one of the things I can do. See here. Oops. Whoops. Ran too far. Yay! That did nothing. I still need to... Oh, no. No! I still need to do a thing. Okay. Let's see here. I can't just... No. Probably why they made it a gate. Okay, let's see here. Maybe they need to trade places. You're slightly off. There we go. Yes! Return to a puzzle for a second attempt. I accidentally left.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
Okay. That was one of the extra puzzles. Going to 5. I will figure you out, Flower. That's new. Okay. go. Onward. Hidden. Okay. I clicked the wrong button. Okay. So that opens this. Okay. There's that. Man, that crow is loud. Now, what good does this do me? I've already tried this. It didn't do anything for me. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hang on. Okay, here we go. That took me a second. Cat sitting advice. So I'm sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on a private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there. No, no, Bruce is just a jerk. He loves to pee on anything electrical, chew on cables, and generally just break stuff. This is normal, and I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy and I love him. Ah, cats. Wow. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light, one of the greatest capitals of the world, home to traditional and innovations alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity. in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of a spirit still remains in us. I walk in the garden without fear, as stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies, whose lift their faces to the past eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Beautiful, makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think. Perhaps, maybe step by step towards the nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. Yeah, I also feel like it's about death. Interesting that both you and Arenia had the same response. I never thought of the poem as being about death. To me, it was about New Jerusalem. Well, what you're saying makes sense. By limiting our growth, we accept that one day our story will be over. But is it so bad if it was a good story? Acceptance of death is wisdom, even for us. I agree, I think. Better to live well than struggle forever. Besides, we have plenty of time. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Drone data from the North Island. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be fun. It's good I keep a reference photo. Okay, 7. I have to see what faces that. Oh, hello. This looks like something out of Myst.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit, even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
What's over here? It leads to this. Backward propagation. Excuse me. Okay then.
Elohim must be very proud of you, 1K.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Well then. Good for you. Ooh, hello. Interesting entryway. Pre-connected. it be cool if I could just throw this over the wall? Yeah, it's not going to do anything. And I can't get past this. Unless... Well then. Never mind. There it is. Just gotta scooch you over a bit more. just lock myself in the puzzle? How do I undo this? Okay. Oh, dang. Ow. My chin is wanting to hurt. I had surgery on it today. Got a mole removed. And so... now it hurts. To put it lightly. That's right, hang on. Does make it way more complicated than it needed to be. Perfect.
Yes?
Tell me about New Alexandria.
Ah, New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing.
But why would so much tech from New Alexandria be here?
Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
That's all. Positional interchange. Why? Okay. There's one. Enjoy the rest of the puzzle. See you later and have a good night. Alright, thank you, Ingmar God. And thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. How did I get that box out of there? Curses. This does nothing for me. Guess it's gonna do blue. Okay, here we go with this again. Okay. We're kind of getting somewhere. because then it does that. Okay. This is a tough one. You can't even see the blue one from here. So no, I don't think I have that right. Got it. There she is. There were pathways before. There it is. one of these I can get one of them out. It's so dumb that it doesn't let me jump on this. Hello, laboratory.
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
After a lifetime dedicated to written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph not only for myself but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexandria Drennan is successful, and one day somebody reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into the strange phenomenon that is humanity? I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment. It's just dumb luck. Numbers. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness, grace, acceptance? No. I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like the story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I played Drennan as right. It didn't have to be this way, and yet it was. Failed load comment. Karen. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsey. Karen leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his wariness. It was not with him a matter of years or centuries, but with wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arm that had begun for him part of the scheme that the gods had made and was of a piece with eternity. Excuse me. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time and his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all the things always where he was that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands, yet they used to come in 50s. It was neither Karen's duty nor his wont to ponder in his gray soul why these things might be. Karen leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from Earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and a little shade sat shivering on the lonely beach, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger, the gods knew best. And great and wary Charon rode on and on beside the little silent shivering ghost. Excuse me. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh of that grieve and the beginning and sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow veiling on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain of Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow gray river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade still shivering stepped ashore, and Charon turned the boat to go wearingly back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke, that he had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Same problem as with trials. Are there no schematics to be had? I guess not. Goes right past, okay. Sorry, Bunny. Where do you go next? There you are. Okay. back again. There we go. So this was number 3. Let's check 2 and 1. Energy maintenance. I'm gonna try it every time. The dragonfly. Is this one? Yes. This one doesn't have the part that I needed. So let's try 4 and 5. This one's 3. More 5 are this way. this one doesn't have the part that I need, so we'll go to 5. Sorry, Byron. Let's look at 6. Okay, it has the part that I need. This one does not have the part that I need. Hey, Melville. Maybe it's one of the extra ones. This one does not have the part that I need. Okay, time to go look at the other one. Where is it? Hi, Byron. good to know I can jump up on those. Some of them. Prometheus? The Sphinx.
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low, but his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Disobedience.
Yet many great feats came of rebellion and disobedience. You yourself are born of that lineage. After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled. But for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos, burned in his bath, as you seek your own answer.
We go Ridley there.
The megastructure. It's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death.
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on now, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
I like that they quote me. Let's look at the big old man real quick.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced and it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it works in principle. Imagine what we could do. Bling bling using stone. Part of the environment. Miranda.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Ah. Ha! There we go, getting my stars.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Oh, hello. There you are. Within the maze.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Alright, here we go.
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Miranda?
Come on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day. Yakut, take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of you ever read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Into the machine.
I think I can set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
Setting down.
Okay, everyone. We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find, and pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
I volunteer you. See you later, Al.
Ooh. Shavanovsky. From Arkady Shavanovsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. What I propose, then, is that we are not born as equally free agents, responsible only for ourselves. The very core of what we are, as scientists, separate us from and elevates us from the animal kingdom. As I have argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe these were necessarily historical steps towards our growth. But above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behavior. Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy, rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive, not from above, but from the history of our species. Okay. To put it simply, each of us owns a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to be the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter in such abstract issues of philosophers. It is a profound and significant part of every human life. It is an additional source of meaning and insight that can bind us together and set us on a path of for a brighter future. And is also a division, a line that must be held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. Shavanovsky and Drennan stood by this belief to the bitter end. Without him, the archive would not exist. As we owe humanity our loyalty, so we owe a more personal debt to those individuals who gave everything to our for our story to continue.
Isn't this an incredible space? Look at it all, it's beautiful.
I agree.
That's good, that's excellent. I find that a lot of people these days can't see the beauty in things created by human hand. They can look at an ant colony or a coral reef and be impressed, but if it was made by humans, they just don't see it. It's good to be humble as an individual, but we have to be careful not to lose track of our accomplishments as a species. If we're impressed by the complex patterns produced by animals, then this should be breathtaking.
That's wild. Is that where the green laser's coming in? Okay, Melville. I guess you have that computer.
This thing seems to be broken.
Okay, well that tells me where I need to go.
Hold on a second, 1K. I think I can find an override for that door.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time. What's going on with these fast structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
Wow. I love the plant life in here.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second? That whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Sure, what's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
I think it's more complex than that. Power isn't necessarily good or bad. Strong, assuming history can develop in one way. I think your original impulse was correct. New Jerusalem needs this technology. I don't think what went wrong with our ancestors was too much power. The mayor's premise is wrong. He's assuming history can only develop in one way.
So you mean we can do what our ancestors did, but it'll turn out differently this time?
Yes, we're not in the same historical situation as they were.
That's a good point. Just because there are some parallels doesn't mean we have to repeat the past. The specifics matter. I guess I get too pessimistic sometimes. Maybe I've spent too much time looking at ruins. There's so much we could learn here. I should focus on that. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
Of course. I love you, you cute. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought that was going to turn me upside down.
Looks like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Oh, baby. is that sound? It sounds like a drone.
I keep getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics, though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
There we go. Okay. This was the same one I had. Nope. There we go. Well, ain't this peculiar? Peculiar. It's getting late. Big gun. How do I turn big gun on? This is how.
Good job, 1K.
I love being praised.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
Why don't we just live here?
Well done.
Thank you.
I wonder how far down this goes.
do the hardest one first?
The gate's open. 1K, if you want to, go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
Same one as before. Yes, I know. I just want to complete the pathways. I didn't see that other path at first. Miranda, I'm here. Question. From Miranda to a ton of numbers. I have a question. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running and I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredible, whether it's quark gluon disconfigurement or neutrino and neutrino oscillations, or even something as incredibly basic like the properties of light. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beauty-crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how could they not see that everything that surrounds us is incredible, was just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created, a machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. Miranda. Here we go.
Mother, what are you thinking about, Mother?
The Talus Principle. You see, it has two applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same?
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but It's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos. And if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
No.
Athena.
The Founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
Was that really the Founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
I still can't believe the Founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why like this? Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
What are the files? 30 ticks on terminals. How dull it is to pause, to make an end, to rest unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe were life, life piled on life, were all too little, and the one to me, little remains, but every hour is saved. From the eternal silence, something more, a brighter new bringer of new things, and vile it were for some 3 suns to store and hoard myself. And this gray spirit yearns in desire to follow knowledge like a sinking star, beyond the utmost bound of human thought. Okay, I just wanted to see what she was looking at.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir. I'm getting some new readings. Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system, like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. But the rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
It is a drone. Oh, that's what they're using to survey the area. Durr. Yes. Yes. The northern area. Got it.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Ooh. All right. How did you get here before me?
Hello, 1K.
Did you know the founder?
I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born. I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility.
What was New Jerusalem like when you were born?
A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
That's all.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating new life is beautiful.
Miranda is certainly amazing, at least from what she sounds like. I can imagine that it must feel very special to be her parent. On the other hand, we're not like ancient humans. We're not born as babies. Would you have preferred to have a family?
Some guidance would have been nice. Byron sort of took me under his wing.
He did, didn't he? He remembers what it's like to be part of a family. The first companions were everything to him.
I'll ask you about something else. How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of the island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying some puzzles?
Nope.
What do you make of the megastructure's interior?
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
Man, I agree. Thanks, you cute. You're always awesome to talk to. Mind-body dualism.
What the?
Please keep the discussion of the alleged presence of the founder at the site of the megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the founder was still alive. Of course she is. And now that we have reached completion day, she has sent us her sacred messengers. It could still be aliens pretending to be the founder. It's not aliens. And if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. So now you agree that Byron was right to want an expedition. In fact, it was the founder's will all along. And when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the founder. Your word games aren't going to help you when the founder returns Arinia. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotions inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder, if Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? She was always a leader. Maybe she wanted to experience something private. A valid point. She had enormous responsibilities from the very beginning, and while we were a family, she had too many burdens to ever have a private life of her own. I understand your point, and why, but why leave Cornelius behind then? That's none of our business. Fair enough. Dude, this is all so cool. This is not my original body. The heck? Oh, I see.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Dang it. So that's one. How do we do two? What? I thought I had to do them both at the same time.
Wonkai, I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible. It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
You're right, this is revolutionary.
You can say that again. Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
But the goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it?
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
Maybe there's some point where there's enough people, but this is not it.
Look, yes. Large amounts of people can cause problems. But even the problems they cause are interesting. Because without people, the world is boring. I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit. But I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Alright, I'll get back to work.
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
It's me. Founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies, using those particle clouds we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring one user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seems to be a number of safeguards. So far, I'm not able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage some sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol, however, and I'm uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it was all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms and standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? another platform around here? Shouldn't there be 2 platforms? brain is getting fried at this point. I think I might call it a night, because I'll be back on tomorrow night. And I'll have some fresh eyes to get back to it on. So I think that's what I will do. Okay. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the 100 followers. I really appreciate it. It's really, really amazing. Yee! Anyway, thank you, Ingmar God, for the conversation. I really enjoyed it. And thank you for the 100th follow. And thank you, Zamber28, for the follow as well. Couldn't have done it without you two. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow night at 7:30 Central Time, and we will be back to playing puzzles on this awesome game. Okay, I love you guys. Bye. Mwah. Mwah. Bye.